Hello, hello. Hello. It is Monday. Welcome, Mello. Hope you have a good day. A good Monday, of course. Yeah, over the weekend, of course, last week something great happens. Yeah, last week I don't remember when, but I think on like Tuesday or Wednesday, I discovered a few techniques to speed up the workflow, the refining workflow. The only thing that is really missing right now, except for the scenes to be done, is to create the to refine the shading and the line art and stuff for all the scenes of the animation. We animated it before, but now it needs to be refined. And for that, I found a few cool ways to speed it up, which means that we're almost at the end. Last week, hold on, what is this? What is this? What is the song? Hello? This is better. Okay. Yeah. So over the weekend, of course, I refined a bit more. And now we're in the last stretch, the last few animations for it to be fully done. And we can do some compositing. So, here you go. Ooh. Welcome, OJ. Hope you have a good day. So, as you can see, we have we're on scene 26. So there are only 6 left, meaning if I can get 3 done today and I can get 3 done tomorrow, or I can get, I don't know, 2.5 done today and then the next 2 days 2.5. What I'm basically saying is that definitely this week is going to be fully done. And then the last thing missing is the compositing, right? Doing some glows, maybe some lens flare. We'll see what we're going to do. I've played around with it before, but of course I haven't really, have only done that for like still frames. Now it is time to do that for the actual animation. So I already worked on this a little bit. I don't remember where we ended last time. Let's see. I think it was this one. Nope. Even earlier. Hold on. This one? Nope. Even earlier. This one we end. Nope. No, this one. Hold on. Which scene was it that we did on stream last? This one. Yes. This one. So this one's the last one that we did on stream. Right? And then afterwards, the next few scenes, so 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So now we're on 26. The rest I did over the weekend. Yeah. So there are only this left. And then every scene is done. This one is the one that we, that I kind of started with already, which looks like this. Ooh. With this stump right here, that I actually had to change how this works so that I can actually render this properly. Oh, wait a second. I don't even know if this is here. Why is there no movement afterwards? I feel like something has been lost here. Did I delete keyframes that I shouldn't have? I think so. Ooh, that's not good. I think I deleted keyframes on this. I did. I think so. But I think it's still fine. If you look at this, so he of course is turning around like this, right? And to make it a bit smoother, just to make the transition to the next frame a bit easier. But I feel like you can still do it without that. So it's not that bad, I guess. It's a shame that they're gone, but I don't want to go, back into it and bring them back. I don't think it makes it too much of a difference. So yeah. Here we are. As you can see, I added this little bone thing right here, flesh and bone thing, because since his hand is gone. So I just added like a plane and then, another 2 planes on top, gave them these colors, and then here you go. We have his cut off hand. Yeah, pretty simple. Nothing too crazy, but you know, it's doing its job, so you know, I'm not complaining. So basically what I'm already doing right now is just kind of going through and cleaning up the you know, the inline lines that you can see here that kind of, you know, are either on top of each other, that kind of clog up some spaces here to make some weird dark black spots, or just generally stuff that is kind of unnecessary in terms of lines. Yeah, I've kind of always followed the same workflow, just kind of cleaning up first, then adding what is maybe missing, then smoothing stuff out. Actually, no, smoothing first, then adding new lines, and then basically the shading. The most complex scenes, I think, are already done just because, you know, these ones are a bit simpler in terms of they don't need too many extra lines and stuff. So they should be a bit easier than, for example, I think the complex, like, for example, if you look at, was it this one? Nope. This one. Like this scene, for example, required quite a lot of more work just because of all these extra lines and stuff, right? So doing this one will take you know, will have taken significantly longer than this one, for example. Yeah, so we're in the end stretch and the last few scenes, except maybe for this one, I think. Which one is it? This one might take a bit longer because of this regrowing effect. That might be a bit harder to do, but you know, we'll see when we get there. Let's do this one first. Welcome, Blender Nation. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Yeah. So, inline right here. So, yeah, basically just getting back to what I already started. Hope the weekend was good. I just basically worked on this over the weekend. Nothing crazy happened. Which is good, you know, you don't want a crazy life all the time, of course. Sometimes you just want to relax and work on a project that you of your own. Okay, this looks pretty good. So basically what I mean are like all these kind of lines that I want to remove. Like you see like how there are like double lines here, and if we render this, you can see that they create like these weird black spots, like here, for example, these unnecessary black spots, or over here. You know, so just going in, removing these should make this a bit cleaner. Usually, of course, for anime, if you were, you know, if you had to draw all those lines manually, you wouldn't create like, you know, these double lines, because you know exactly which lines you want to draw, which lines you don't really need, and you know, there's never going to be like overlapping lines. So, you know, I'm just trying to remove as many as I can to kind of achieve that look here too. There will always be some overlapping lines just because I don't want to redraw the whole thing, or like most of it, just to make it perfect. But you know, there are some things that you can also adjust in the modifier to make it a bit easier. For example, here in the Lineart modifier, one setting that is quite useful is the chaining option. So if you have like curves that are very, very close to each other, they kind of merge together on their own and create one continuous line rather than like 15, you know, tiny whiny lines. Yeah, which is also pretty useful because then, you know, you have less of these slightly offset lines that kind of make it look a bit choppy. I'm also still trying to not go too deep with this. So I don't want to go, you know, delete stuff or like fix stuff that isn't visible in the end. So, you know, just trying to still make sure that what I'm doing actually has an impact on the final look. There you go. Oops. And then, of course, here you can see these offsetting lines that are above the mesh can create problems, or like double line problems, but they're also very easy to fix. So once I've gone through what is it? One layer of these line cleanups, I can do the other one. This one's usually the easier one because this one creates like automatically generated lines, which usually are the bigger problem compared to the manually generated lines. Okay, that looks pretty good already. Nothing too bad here. Oh. Did you use rendering shading nodes to create a 2D effect? Yes, mainly that, and then also of course the 2D line art, right? Or the line art that you can generate. Plus then on top a layer of 2D overpainting to fix some of these shadings, some of the shadows, clean them up a bit, improve, you know, the shapes a bit, kind of stuff like that. You can do with like yeah, basically like a grease pencil layer in front of the actual thing that you're recording, I guess, filming with the camera, to yeah, fix some stuff there. Okay. Oh, this maybe. Oh. Ta-da! Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to be too precise here. Trying to remove the boldest boldest errors or problems that I can see. Nothing too small I want to adjust just because it's, you know, so small that you won't see it anyway. What is this? Oh, right. Oops. There you go. This one is probably the biggest problem area, at least right now for this part of the scene. But it's fine. There you go. And with a few lines gone, it looks already 10 times better. And then if these gaps are being created, we can also just grab this. Oh, that's a manual line, never mind. Wait, is it? Yeah. Wait, is that the right one? I just have to make sure that basically the lines are looking exactly the same in each frame so that there's no jumping around and flickering. That's like the biggest issue that could happen here. But you know, if you're careful, that shouldn't happen. Is it another? Oh my god, it's another one of those curves. One of the other curves. The other curves. The ones we don't talk about. There you go. Welcome, Hassan. Hope you have a good day. Boom. Look at this. Yes. That looks nice. Anything else? This maybe. Ooh. The problem is always that they... Oh, that what can often happen, as you can see here. They kind of extend not only past the curve, but also are also very long. And then you remove more than what you want to remove. But, you know, usually that's fine. You can just bring it back. Move it back to where it's supposed to be, and then you're good. See, like this stuff, why would anybody ever draw this manually like this? We just need to remove it. There you go. Same with these, of course, these kind of overlapping lines. I can remove them later when I go to the manual lines, because that's what they are. Right now I can't even delete them because, you know, as you can see, they're not part of the same layer. But this looks pretty good. Next one. I wonder if we can interpolate these line arts too. We've used interpolation, for example, to speed up some of this, to just make the workflow a bit faster. I wonder if you could also use it to, you know, speed up the cleanup. Speed up the cleanup. Nice rhyme there. Hello. Oh. There you go. That looks pretty nice. Oh, we have these lines back. They create some weird gaps here. So I'll just merge them together. That should be fine. Okay. Yeah, the first part is always, you know, it's just to clean up kind of like a Retopology. It takes a bit, but, you know, it's kind of important for the rest to kind of create a good base. So we can't really skip this part, but, you know. I feel like for these last seams it's also more important to do this rather than add more lines. So, you know, spending a bit more time on this is actually not bad, you know, it's not bad. There you go. These few. Oh, this one is once again a drawn line. That's fine. There's another one here. Wait, is that how it looked before? Yes, okay. Oh, I removed this one completely. That's fine. Ta-da! And that looks nice. This one is still different. Sometimes it's also worth just going back a few frames and seeing if the continuous, if it still looks good on multiple frames, right? If it's not, then you can always go back and fix it. Fix it. That looks nice. You can see here, for example, there's a gap here. I can't really fix that though, since it's the different line art. So maybe if I remember it, I can fix it later. Maybe I can delete this one too and bring it in. Just, you know, to make it nice and clean. That looks nice. Okay. There you go. That looks pretty good. Anything else? I don't see anything. Oh, maybe this. Right. Perfect. Okay. I wonder if I could outline, use the actual OG grease pencil, the annotation pencil, to outline the problems that I'm always fixing. But I feel like since it's animated, it doesn't really work that well since it's moving all the time. So I won't do that. It was worth thinking about, but I don't think it's worth doing. Okay. That looks pretty. Oh, we have a bit more here, and then oh, never mind. I already tried that. Good. Next one. Wait. Oh yeah, I fixed that. Okay. Maybe this can go. There you go. Of course, for the camera, the shapes always change. So the line art for this, the automatically generated line art at least, always changes too, which is why we have to go through each frame and fix this. There is a different way to create line art in 3D. I think it's called like Pencil or like Pen Plus or something. It's what, for example, Goo Studios uses for their anime style animations. It's like a dedicated software to add line art to like 3D, you know, scenes. But there are like two things that keep me from using it. One is that it's it costs, I think, like $400. And the other one is that it's also what do you call it? It's, I don't know if you can adjust it the way you can at grease pencils. So you never know if, you know, the lines that are being created, if you can adjust them afterwards, just like this, or if there's like a different way that it works. Maybe, you know, as long as you can adjust them, that's fine. But I need to be able to adjust them because otherwise I don't trust the automatically generated lines. They're not that good, unfortunately. So I would like to have the option at least, you know, to fix some of these things. Because otherwise, especially these automatically generated lines can actually hurt the final look, not only help, but they can also hurt, especially if they're in like the wrong position. So with these, you have to be kind of more aware of what they're doing. They can quickly work against you. There you go. Oh, and then up here, we had something around the ab area, the head, no, the jaw, I guess head total in total, and then the shoulder. If I can remember that, I can go through this pretty quickly. Although he's probably going to change pose pretty quickly, so this might change soon. Oh, is that fixed? Yes, okay. Ta-da! Is that a bit loud? I think it's fine. Maybe a bit, maybe like this. There you go. 5% less, not even. There you go. Yeah, this, is a bit more tedious since it's, multiple frames, basically just adjusting or fixing the same thing. Sometimes you can use like a feature where you can basically adjust multiple keyframes at the same time, but it can get very overwhelming if you have like big movements. Here I could have maybe used it, but I didn't. Yeah, it's something that you could try, but it's, I feel like in this instance here, it would be a bit too confusing. I guess I can show you what I mean. So for example, now if I can select this button right here, multi-frame, and if I now, for example, select this frame, and this frame, you can see I could adjust all these frames. I guess if I could have selected these, you could see I could find the same problems over and over again and then fix them. But the problems, of course, oh, I actually, never mind. Yeah, it doesn't often work as well. If you have, for example, a line that should never be there, like an automatically generated line that should always, in all frames, should be removed, then it is a very, very useful feature. Or, for example, for, scenes that are not don't include as much movement, very subtle movement, for example, it's very effective. But otherwise, it can be hard to, use effectively, just because it shows you all the lines, and then seeing, which lines you're actually seeing and which are supposed to stay, which are supposed to go, can be a bit harder. You'll be reaching the 100-hour mark soon with the project. I feel like I'm already over that. When you mean 100 hours like on stream, maybe, I don't know. How long have I been streaming this now? Probably 4 weeks. Wait. 4 times 5 times 4 is 80. Yeah, definitely. Because I'm already also doing, the same or more hours off stream. So it's not like, I'm only working on stream. I guess, yeah, online, I'm on 80 hours roughly. Okay, good. The good thing is, even though the scene here or the animation takes quite a long time, this, there are only a few keyframes that actually define this animation. So it's actually not that we have to go through each frame of the animation and fix it. Just only the ones that, first of all, have a change. And then also the ones that, because of the way this is animated on 2s, right? Or maybe even sometimes 3s. There are not as many keyframes as you might think, which makes this a bit easier. And that's also why, the studios, the animation studios usually animate on 2s or 3s. Because it is, can save you a ton of time. Rather than having to animate or draw one, or like, draw an image for each frame. You can, for example, draw an image for each 4 frames, or maybe even less. No, usually not less, but 3 frames is usually the minimum. No, what? No, hold on. 4 is usually the maximum they search frames, as far as I know. Except if it's like a still frame. So for a second, for example, with 24 FPS frames per second, you would have, how much would that be? 24 divided by 4. 6 frames you would have, or 6 images you have to draw instead of, 24. And that, of course, can save a ton of time. Usually, they only really animate stuff on 4s if it's something very, very, very complex that takes a long time to animate. Like, for example, smoke or clouds, like any environmental effects, for example, that also are not the main focus. If it's something that is in the focus, it's usually animated on 2s, or sometimes stretched to animated on 3s. So basically, like a frame is being held for 1 frame longer, just to create a certain effect, like pacing. Usually, that's when they use different frame lengths, I guess. But even if you animate on 2s and you have a 20 FPS, 20 frames per second animation, you would only have to animate 12 instead of 24. So you can still have spent half the time animating. Okay. Good. Next one. Oh, there you can see the bone. Welcome. Oh, hope you have a good day. What channel do you suggest for learning animation for games? I don't feel like animation for games is much different than just general animation. Maybe there are a few different things, like the technical aspect of how animations for games are set up. So if you want to look into that, it would be different than if you wanted to learn how to animate characters, broadly for games, basically. I guess if you want to learn the technical aspect, you can just watch like how to import your character into Unreal, for example, or like how to import animations into Unreal. And then you can look at basic tutorials for animation to learn how to animate. So you can split that kind of learning up into 2 parts. The technical aspect and then the artistic aspect, I guess. I don't know if there are probably a lot of tutorials about, creating animations for games. It's just that I don't really know like a specific channel that I would recommend. Usually it's just like multiple channels usually it's just like a collection of videos that you watch or that I've watched to learn more about it, rather than like one channel that covers everything. Yes, this one. I feel like this line that I added to the manual line cage, mesh, whatever, this one right here, I always remove it, so I feel like I should just remove it altogether. I think I've never actually kept that one. I feel like it makes more sense to just delete it and then, yeah, just not have it in there. Hello? Oh, everything here is not in this layer. There you go. Yeah, usually if it's like a very, very specific task, like for example, animation for games, or I don't know, like setting up a rig for or like setting up a multi-layered rig for animation, for example, or whatever. Usually it makes more sense to look up the individual parts that you require to do that, rather than finding one video that teaches it all. But I guess usually you try to find something that covers everything, and then if that doesn't work, you go more in depth, right? So for example, you can kind of do the same in the reverse for Google search, like for when you're looking something up. First, you type in the most precise thing that you're looking for, and then if you can't find anything, you make it broader, you make it broader, you make it broader, until you find something, that kind of fits into what you're looking for. So this way you can see if there's something that is like super broad and exactly what, fits what you're looking for, or if that doesn't work, you make it, only as broad as it needs to be for you to find what you're looking for. But in this case, you're trying to find, I guess it's the same. You look for the most precise thing first, and then if you can't find it, you try to find, something that is as close to it as possible, but broader. The hand is here now, so this will create some issues, but let me actually render this real quick so I can see how thick the lines are and if there are any more problems on the hand. I think it's fine. I just need to remove the body has, I think, the biggest problems. Okay, so all of this stays still, but there might be some issues down here that I want to fix. So I think what I'm going to do is go to the camera real quick and disable pass-bar 2. Set it to like 0.5 so I can see around the edges. There you go. Usually I like to have a pass-bar 2 of 1 so I can know exactly what the camera's seeing and what it isn't. But, sometimes you want to adjust something outside of the camera, for example. So you can do this, for example. Okay, looks pretty good. I want to actually adjust this real quick. The line here is missing, so let me add that real quick. There you go. Look at these. Looks pretty good. Save. Good. Oh wait, is that the same? Yes, okay. Now we can skip like 20 frames. Boom. And now we're to this one. The beginning has the most keyframes and then kind of slows down, which is nice. So once we've reached the end of the beginning, it's a bit easier and faster. There you go. Oh, this looks kind of messed up, but it's fine. Do we need this line at all? Is that line necessary? Probably not. The good thing is this scene is also quite jumpy or erratic, fast, I guess. So some of this stuff, like the shading here, can be a bit more varying. Doesn't have to be like super smooth. so we can be a bit, a bit more lenient with our adjustments, a bit faster, a bit rougher, which is nice. Come on, let me, okay, well. Has this been here before? Yes, it has. Okay, I'll bring it back. It's fine. Oh, I can't. Well, I'll fix it later. Thank you, Arashi. Hope you have a good day. Welcome, Ben Alert. I wasn't here for a few days, maybe even 2 weeks. How did you manage to do the hand growing back animation in the end? I haven't done it yet. So either we'll get to that. Oh, that's scene 31. So we'll probably do that tomorrow, maybe. Maybe we'll get, no. Probably on Wednesday we'll have either the final result of that, or we'll do that at that point. That's going to be the animation that's going to take the longest, probably, out of the last few that we have missing. And then, yeah, so I don't know how long that's going to take, because I don't know what kind of style I want to give it. So when we get there, I can tell you more about it. Oh. Looks pretty good. Oh, hold on. A few more lines here. What are your plans after you finish refining animation? Gonna start to do the environment? I think I want to keep the environment kind of how it is, just to, put the full focus on the characters rather than the environment. I thought about adding a skyline, basically, not like a skyline in like a city, but just like a horizon with like a few things there to add some sort of environment. But it's hard to apply that to every scene. I would have to customize kind of the skyline for every scene, so I'm kind of hesitant to do that. Maybe I'll just leave it like that, like how it is right now, so that the focus is fully on the characters. Maybe I'll look into what I could do there. Right now, I don't really have any huge plans. So if I do something, it's going to be something fairly simple. Okay, there you go. Wait, are the eyes fine? I think I can remove this too. It kind of works, but I don't think I need these. Okay. Looks like he has like eyelashes. Fempool. There you go. Okay, wait, this bit here. Yeah, I want to be a bit more diligent with the workflow. I want to go, especially now for these last few scenes, with the getting to 80%, not to 95%, because it's not really that beneficial. So yeah, I want to make sure that I don't waste time on stuff that isn't actually visible at all. To save some time and hopefully get this done until Wednesday, which should be, you know, Wednesday should be a good call. If I'm fast, could be done on Tuesday. So then on Wednesday, basically, we don't have to do any more refining work, but we can do the other stuff. But, you know, oops. Wait, what is this? I'm confused. I think it's like this, yes. There you go. It's a bit more. There might be a few small things here and there that are still, you know, if you really zoom in, you can see, but, you know, you have to zoom in to see them, then most people will not see them. It's basically like if you reach like 80% of a project, 80% of people will, you know, will think it's fine. If you reach 95%, 95% will think it's fine, right? And then the last 5% that really, you know, go deep into it might see some things that might not be 100% how they should be. But, you know, they probably also can then recognize that, you know, you probably wanted to also finish the project at some point. So they can understand, you know, that it's not 100%. Sometimes that kind of idea always comes to mind for me when I see like other people or other people's animations, and you can see that they're clearly, the main focus wasn't necessarily to create a perfect look, just to kind of create a cool animation, so that some things, for example, still look quite rough, but you know, you can see it still looks cool, and yeah, it looks nice in total. So you can still kind of, you know, get over the fact that it isn't perfect. And kind of, I want to kind of adopt that mentality a bit more. Kind of rather than making something cinema worthy, I guess, or something like that. Rather kind of trying to convey the concept or the idea more than, you know, creating a perfect version of that. Oops. I would rather create 15 concepts, 10 concepts, than one concept perfectly. But, you know, other people are different. Maybe some people like to, you know, work on a long time on the same thing to perfection, right? And some people like to work a bit, you know, on multiple projects over the same time span. So it's more about, you know, what you prefer rather than, you know, there being a perfect option, basically. There's one, I don't remember his name, but there's one person that releases like a video each half a year or so about like this one really good rig that they're working on. And then they go on for the next half year just because they're still, you know, refining it. And then there are other people that create, you know, yeah, multiple projects in that same time span. So it's a bit, you know, it's just what you prefer. And you can't really say like, you know, oh, this person is better than the other, or this person does it better than the other. If they like, you know, it depends on, of course, the goal that you're going for. If you're trying to create, or if you're trying to learn, for example, working to perfection is usually not what you're trying to do or what you want to do, since you learn more through the beginning stages of the project, especially if you're new to it, than the end. So it makes sense to just start over faster, because then you can, you know, learn more faster. But if you, for example, create something for a competition, for example, then of course it makes sense to spend a bit more time on something. Because those people, right, the people that are going to judge that, actually also are trying to find mistakes to make it easier for them to rate it compared to other projects. So that would be like the 5% that actually care. The 95% are the other people that also created something and just saw yours and said like, oh, that's cool. And then, you know, they're on to their own ways again. The 5% that then actually care, where you want to get to like 95%, or maybe even, you know, 100%, are the people that judge your work then. And sometimes, I mean, sometimes it's also good to go like make it as good as possible to kind of see how good you could make something, like you know, reaching your personal best, just to see, you know, how far you can push it. Usually, if you push yourself, right, that's where you learn the most about your skills and stuff. You learn what, you know, what you can do, what you can't, and if you go into a project, and always have something that is kind of uncomfortable to you, like, oh, how do I do this? I guess I'll figure it out. Then you'll always improve. And, you know, at some point you'll realize that the thing that you were scared about before, oh, you know, how do I clean up this faster or whatever, isn't really a problem anymore. Now you have bigger problems, and you know, looking back at it, you laugh at your earlier self for, you know, being so scared of that problem, even though now you're working on way more complex problems when trying to figure those out. But of course, you know, you have to get through those simple problems to get to the complex problems. So usually when you're struggling, that is the point where you can recognize that, you know, once I figure this out, I've learned something new. So if you ever think like, oh, I can never figure this out, just imagine like, oh, once I do, you know, I've expanded my knowledge, expanded my skills, and now I know how to do this. And oftentimes, you know, skills also kind of translate, or like whatever, like extend past just that one problem. And once you know that the fix for this problem, you can also fix other problems. So, which means that you oftentimes don't only learn about that one problem and how to fix it, but also about, you know, a whole different other section of problems that you can then fix immediately because you know how to fix that one thing. Especially for geometry nodes, I think that is very, very applicable. Oops, that's the wrong line to delete. Geometry nodes, I think, is very, very based on knowing what you can do and how to solve certain problems. And then once you know how to fix it, next time you get to it, you know, you can immediately skip over that problem because you know how to fix it. Ta-da! Looks pretty nice. We have only 4 more frames to go. And then for the manual lines. But usually the manual lines aren't as complex as these ones, so it's not as long to fix those. Of course, they're placed deliberately, so they're easier to, first of all, spot and also to fix. That's fine. Okay, nice. Next one. Welcome, James. Hope you have a good day. Okay. What is this? Oh, right. Making portals in Unreal Engine. Do you mean the VFX or like effects for it, like the visual part of it, or the you know, the logistics part of it? I'm guessing the visual part. Was that part of your course? Wait, why am I so offset? There you go, that's better. Ta-da! Oh, Niagara effects, yeah. Can be really, really fun to work with. Especially since, you know, it's kind of similar to Blender's particle simulations, but there you can actually, you don't have to fiddle around with what would you call those? Like effectors and like forces and stuff. You just work with, you know, the settings that you have. Which makes it, I feel like, for me at least, more fun. Since you can get immediate feedback rather than having to switch between force and emitter and force and emitter all the time and fiddle around with the settings to get it right. You can just, you know, play around with the settings in one and get it closer and closer to perfection. Oh, okay. How to make a Counter-Strike game. Okay, interesting. Yeah. It's I feel like if I wanted to get back into games, that's a whole new thing to get into. But once again, you know, if I do, I know that I'll learn not only how to make games, but also a whole lot of other stuff. But the more I think about like what I would do with it, I don't really know what I would apply to right now. So that's kind of the biggest thing that keeps me from going deeper into like Unreal Engine, unfortunately. Also like the programming aspect. I just don't like programming. I like visual programming. But of course that is like what you can do with nodes in Unreal, you can do with like 3 lines in whatever Unreal's coding software is. And once I learned that, I kind of lost the interest in learning the nodes. Because it feels like I'm basically just doing like 5 times the work. And if I were to learn coding, you know, I could do it much faster. But I also don't want to learn code. So it's kind of like the situation that, you know, I guess just exists in that kind of way. Like coding, I thought about like C++. Yeah, there you go. It's something that I thought about recently. Like imagine you could learn, like imagine you could talk, or imagine you could transfer knowledge like a USB or like a, you know, some sort of device like a hard drive or whatever. So you could download other people's knowledge and, you know, experience. So for example, you could go to a plumber, for example, that has been working as a plumber for like 20 years and say, hey, can I get your knowledge? And then they like say like, hey, sure, right? And then they put it all on a USB drive, give it to you, and then you, I don't know, put it in your head, download it all, and then you know everything that they learned throughout those 20 years, right? Now I thought about like which jobs would be the most useful to download. All jobs have something that would probably help you in life. But if you wanted to optimize or like have the best life possible, what would be the best jobs? And all of them would have like 20 years of experience, right? What would be the best jobs to download? Oh, probably something for finances, maybe like some what do they call, like tax advisors or whatever. Just so you can see what kind of benefits you can, like how you can take advantage of there. Probably a cook, because I feel like at some point, when you've been working in the field for 20 years, you know all the tips and tricks to make your life just so much easier in terms of cooking, and you would never want to get fast food because you can make it better and easier, maybe even on your own. And maybe you would also enjoy it, right? Because since you know what to do, you would also enjoy it more rather than always struggling with, oh, what ingredients do I need, how much do I need, let me check it again, oh, I already forgot, let me check it again. And then yeah, that is a bit more frustrating, of course, than immediately knowing, oh, I need this much salt, I need this much sugar. Like that's another one that would really improve your life. The Gordon Ramsay app, just yell at people and make it great food. Yeah, it's I feel like, yeah, if you had to choose like 10 or 5, which would be the best ones? I haven't really thought about like for like a whole list, but I feel like it's an interesting question. Like which ones, if you could, usually you only really learn like 1 or 2 jobs in your lifetime, like really deeply, right? But if you had like an infinite amount of time, if you had like, I don't know, like 100 years before your real life begins, and you can learn, in each 10 years, right? You have 10 years to learn a job, and then you have to go to the next one and do that for 100 years. Which jobs would you choose to learn before you start your life? Yeah. Maybe, I don't know if like a mathematician would be that beneficial. I feel like with basic math, you would come pretty far. You don't really need like super complex math. It's more, yeah, it's more like the theoretical aspects that you learn in like math university or whatever. I feel like I have no idea, right? I've never been there, but that's kind of what I think would happen there. Because most of the big things that you need in real life, when it comes to math, like the basics you learn in school. Maybe electrician. I feel like although the problem is, even if you learn the like trades, like electrician, like plumber and stuff, you usually don't really use 80% of that. Because even if you know how to fix your, I don't know, your toilet, or like how to wire your newly built house, you probably still don't want to spend the time doing it. Even though you know it, right? You could still spend your time doing something else. So you would still need somebody else to do it. I guess then you would still know, when somebody else works and creates the thing that you know about. You could point out the errors better. But then it's the question whether that's worth the 10 years or if there's a different job that would make benefit you more. I feel like one that is always good to have is salesman, or like marketing, something with marketing. Because if you can sell stuff well, or if you can like story tell well to sell something, speak to people well, right? Make them like you and stuff. I think you'll get far in life. You don't even have to be skilled, as long as you can make people like you. That is actually like a big thing that can get you ahead. Even just remembering somebody's name is something that can make a big impact. Oh. Okay, I feel like I've covered, this one here, covered most frames, or yeah, most of the things in the frames. So now it's time for the manual ones. And the manual ones should be a bit easier, since that's mostly about removing the overlaps, and then also, I guess, yeah, removing like the main obvious ones that don't need to be there. Pretty simple stuff. Doctor and engineer. But the question is, doctor is like, you would have to go into a certain field, and then, yeah, which field? Maybe nutritionist plus cook would be a good combo. Because you not only learn how to cook, but also, what are the best things to cook and how to actually eat well. Engineer, I guess maybe. Maybe I just also know not enough to really say what you would learn in those fields, right? So maybe engineer would be really, really good, but I just don't know what you learn in there. So, it would maybe not be on the first idea that comes to mind, but it might be really useful. Maybe, what's it called? Car mechanic would probably be pretty useful. So you know how to treat your car, how to properly fix your car, for example. I feel like that there you can save a ton of time. I mean, money, right? But then the question is, do you want to learn how to make a lot of money so you can just pay people to do the work that would take time, right? Or do you want to just learn the skills so you can spend the time to fix it yourself and then save some money? Yeah, so there's a lot of decisions to make. Okay, manual lines. So first I want to just go through and delete these overlaps. And then afterwards I want to go ahead and do the rest. Like smooth and maybe add some lines. First, this stuff. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Here, for example, these can create some weird thick lines, which I don't want to have. And then the same here. What is this? Oh. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Also, the question is, I guess after 10 years you would get some experience as a deck doctor, but with how long it takes for them to finish their university. I don't even know how many years of experience you would get as a doctor. Hold on. Average years in university for doctors. Does that are they even in universities? I think so. The average time required to become a doctor is around 11 to 12 years. Well, so you wouldn't even, well, I guess you would still learn a lot, but you probably would learn. I feel like if you were to do like one year of whatever, like 1 year of an electrician, 1 year as a plumber, 1 year as a doctor, for example, you would still learn probably a lot of stuff. And probably the most important stuff if you don't want to go like deep into that field. So you wouldn't even have to go 10 years or like 20 years into it. Like in the first 1 or 2 years, you could even learn like the most important stuff. The nuance is mostly important when you really go deep into it. If not, then I think you can be a bit more, you only really need the basics. Oh, I want to keep these, do I? You know what? No, this is fine. Okay. Yeah, I want to probably go one step at a time. So first fix all the overlapping, then fix maybe the incorrect lines and stuff, and then go into the maybe smoothing them out rather than doing everything at the same time. Usually for me that's easier. So I'm only really looking for the overlaps right now. See, these can create some really, really thick lines. So they need to go. I thought about using, or like the style that I want to go for these lines. And also maybe using a different varying line thicknesses for this. But I actually decided not to do that just because it's a bit closer to how usually traditional anime does it. There are some anime now that also use varying line thicknesses. But I feel like to animate that well, it would require more work. So I think most studios will still stick to the more universal, one line thickness, nothing else, rather than going the other way. To, avoid extra work or like more deliberate work you have to do because you want to keep, use different thicknesses. Because the problem is with different thicknesses is that you not only have to, draw lines with different thicknesses, but you also have to then do the same thickness over multiple frames. And doing that with, I don't know, like a pen or whatever they use, it's like manually, right? Rather than like interpolating, it's probably not that easy. So I think most people will still stick to the even line thickness. Let me actually check if I see, if you can actually see the overlap. Yeah, you can definitely. Can you see it? A little bit, yeah. Oops. Deleted a little bit too much there. Oh. Probably don't want to remove this line. Okay. This line can go. I think, yeah, for the shading, the good thing is it's also the movement is quite long and big for this shot. So I don't have to worry too much about flickering and stuff since it moves so fast. So it's harder to see flickering. Much harder to see. Yeah, so that should be easier too. But of course, we're not there yet, so I don't have to worry about it at all. Why am I even thinking about it? I'm getting bored about this. Bored with this. Already. Of course, the cleanup is kind of boring, but of course, it has to happen, so I can't really just skip this. Kind of similar to Retopology. If you want to create a, animated character, you probably want to do Retopology, even though it might be super boring. Some people actually like Retopology. I really don't. It's just a bit too monotonous for me. And long. Especially hands. Yeah, dude. The times I've thought about how to retopologize the best way. Because usually what happens is that you animate, you retopologize, and what I started with usually is the face. And what I kind of realized is that there are multiple different kind of areas of the body that are like complex to retopologize. The biggest one for me at least is the hand. I still don't have a really good way to retopologize it without any weird edge flow and stuff. Then the face or the head in general. I guess the face and ears, you could say. And then maybe the feet too. Basically like the endings of each limb. So I always thought like, how you could do it in the best way. I think what kind of conclusion I came to was to start with the hands, because that's the hardest one for me. Then go over to the body and the head, and then afterwards in the end do the feet. The feet usually are a bit more lenient since they don't move as much as the hand, for example, so you can be a bit, you can be a bit more lax, I guess, with it. But hands are so finicky and move so much and need to deform in certain ways that I think spending most of your time there trying to perfect it makes the most sense. Because an issue that I ran into was that I created the head plus neck. Then I switched over to the hands and created the topology there. And then when I tried to merge the two, on the arm, I realized that I had more or less, more edges coming from one end, the head, for example, then from the other, and then I had to find some sort of way to merge them together. But merging always looks horrendous, so I try to avoid it as much as possible. But sometimes, unfortunately, that isn't really the case, or you can't really do that. You could probably do it in some sort of way if you really optimize it, but yeah, it can be really hard to do. So I haven't found the best way yet, but you know what the best way is? To just reuse a retopologized mesh. That's the best way. Okay, that's good. Don't know how you're still doing this. I would lose my mind by now. Yeah, it's I think it's just that I've gotten used to this at this point. After so many projects that take a long time. I'm kind of used to it. But I'm also not 100% enjoying it as I did in the beginning, for example, just because this is now the kind of cleanup process. But I also know that the end result will be worth it, and I've already gotten so far that it's not really worth ending now. There you go. Next one. Gotta find a new title. Hold on. Isn't the title pretty broad? I forgot what I put there. More 3D Deadpool anime refining. There you go. Still works. How long have you been working on this so far? Probably, I don't know. I would guess if I were to double the time that I streamed this, 160 hours or so. Oops. Probably makes sense. Maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit less. I don't know. Boom. Okay. Anyway, any more overlaps? Here it is. Good. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty spicy. That should be all of them. Good. Next frame. You thought we're done? Nope. You know the thing about this? Once all the scenes are refined, I still need to render them all properly. So far, I've only rendered them like fully composited, but of course I want to have multiple layers. For that, I want to apply different effects too. So I need to render them all as well. So maybe we'll have a stream, maybe on Wednesday, where we're just gonna render all of them, but like as many as we can. Set them up properly, right, and then render them. So far, I've only really rendered one scene that way. So I would have to do this with all the others too. It's not a huge problem. It just takes a bit, right? But for the sake of the final look, you know, it has to happen. It also doesn't take that long, so it's not that bad. Just takes a bit of brain power to figure out which layers where, what can be rendered together in what format, and then yeah, there you go. I think that's also something that I kind of do maybe way too little, way too whatever, way too, okay. Rendering in layers and then compositing afterwards. Usually, you know, my renders are just one render. But of course, if you switch it, or if you render it in multiple layers, you can do, you know, we have a much more freedom with adjustments and stuff. And, you know, I think that's also what most studios do. First of all, because it's easier to render them in parts, like the individual elements. But also, you know, because you have more freedom then afterwards. How long have you been working on this so far? Probably 4 weeks at this point. If you go back and look at my streams, you should see when there should be like a, you know, time on YouTube, like, oh, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I don't know what it says right now, but I think that there you can see when we started this. Is there any Spider-Man cameo? Nope. I might do a Spider-Man video soon. Maybe. What is this? Hello? Okay, whatever. Next one. This doesn't sound like jazz, to be honest. What is this? I put on what's it called? Restless jazz. This doesn't sound like jazz. I need something else, okay? Hold on. What is this? Let me go for, hold on, genres. Big band. There you go. No, hold on. Where's that one? Bebop? No, that's only 28 songs. That doesn't help. Christmas. Ooh. Cool jazz. You know what? Big band is fine. Okay. Okay. That's good. Next one. Oh. Oops. Kind of weird to think that this is probably going to be done tomorrow or the next day. But also looking forward to it. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove these around the hands fully since they are a bit too offset. I'm gonna fix though. Actually, like it's easier to do. Nah, you know what? Never mind. I will remove them. There you go. I'll add them back later. What is this? Oh. Wait, what is happening? It's playing this. Oh, there you go. Okay. Oops. One too many. Good. Slowly but surely getting through this. Luckily, this isn't taking as long, of course, as the inlines, I like to call them. Oop. And then once we get to the shading, we're almost there. What is actually the next scene? I don't even know. What scene is this? 26? 27? Oh yeah, this one's also not that bad. Okay. I don't know why, but usually every Monday, I'm just a bit more tired than usual. I don't know why that is. It's not like the days are different. Well, there's like a Tuesday or Monday, except for the name. So there must be something. Maybe the name changes my brain or whatever. I don't know. Right now, but I also feel like right now I'm in this more unrest sleep part. I don't know why. Last time it helped me to track my sleep. Maybe I should do that again. I have like this, you know, this ring that can track, you know, your sleep and then tells you what kind of sleep you had, because there are different ways of sleeping, right? You can have like unrest, or like a lot of movement in your sleep, or like being still. Being still, of course, makes you more rested in the morning. So, you know, that's kind of what you're trying to get to. And then knowing, you know, usually the problem with sleep is it's hard to track because you're asleep. So you can't really do it yourself. But, you know, with stuff like this, like a tracking tool, you can at least get some feedback and then see if you do changes, if that helps or not. And then slowly but surely you can kind of create a list of things that help you sleep better and, you know, optimize your sleep. A lot of problems in life can be fixed by just sleeping better or more. One of those hidden things that can drastically improve your life. End credit was seen for Deadpool and Spider-Man eating pizza on Avengers Tower or something. Okay, now imagine that this animation so far, not only this scene, has taken me around 160 hours, okay? And then imagine that you, for that scene that you have in mind, I would also have to create a Spider-Man, you know, model. I would have to create a whole city, create a pizza model, create the animation for it, create the 2D look for Spider-Man and the city itself, and then still do the refining that I'm doing now, okay? It's probably gonna be at least, probably at least 100 hours more. So if I'm looking at this almost being done, or adding 100 hours more on top, I prefer the first option. Okay. Oh, there's one more. Okay. Ooh. Usually the problem is not getting ideas, but it's putting these ideas, of course, into action. So you can come up with a million ideas, of course, not meant as a criticism, but generally, right? But if you only come up with ideas but never do any of them, then the ideas are useless. And if you also don't have the time to do the ideas, then they're also useless. Unfortunately. I have a whole list, right, of ideas that I could have done here. But when I did my storyboard for this, it's, you know, I had to kind of see that it flows well, you know, looks cool, creates a cool through line, or like story, right? Well, also for trying to implement these ideas that I put down first. And probably like 70%, 75% of them or so haven't gotten into the into the animation, just because, you know, you could probably come up with like 10 things in like 10 minutes. But then doing each one of them probably takes like at least 100 hours for each one, or not, maybe less, let's say like 30, right? And that's where the problem arises, usually. Ta-da! Okay, 3 more frames after this. Almost there. And then the smoothing part. The smoothing part is actually pretty cool to see. Just because right now we have like these kind of jittery lines here. Like this one is kind of jittery. This one's kind of a bit too sharp and stuff. So now after this one, we can finally smooth them out a bit, make them look better. Get them closer to a hand-drawn look. Okay, there you go. That looks pretty good. That's something that I also thought about recently. I saw somebody create just like a simple rock asset for a game. Just like a few rocks put together, like a rock wall. And they showed that on Twitter, like a shot of it in Unreal Engine, like the basic gray starter level. And thinking about like, in games, everything in games had to be created. So which means that everything in games had to be made by someone, and that person had to spend time not only creating the model but also texturing and first of all concepting all that stuff, like thinking about like you could create 15,000 different rocks, and finding and creating the one that fits into the scene or like the environment that you have in mind also takes time, right? Creating like a look for the environment. Then creating the rock, of course, modeling or whatever. Maybe some iterations since it doesn't look perfect immediately. Then texturing and shading and stuff, and getting it into the actual, like creating the different levels of details so that when the rock is far away, it has less geometry than if it's very close. All that stuff, right, is necessary to create a game asset. And then imagine how many of those you ran past in like 1 minute of gameplay. Of course, you can like the most basic stuff like trees or rocks and stuff. You can reuse, but still, some things only really happen or like exist once, but somebody still had to create them. Imagine how many hours of work you run past in a game, especially like a story game. Every minute, and then you play the game for like for like 20 hours. I guess you could say the same for for the real world. Like how long did it take for the lamp shining in my face right now to be made? I guess that has been made in a factory, so it's a bit different, but like still, what did it take to create that thing? First, somebody had to engineer it, had to design it. Somebody had to figure out how it's gonna work. Somebody had to create the prototype. Then somebody had to create the factory line that can actually create that thing. Then, of course, ads, putting it on Amazon or whatever, any shop, right? Promoting it, maybe. Then the the mail, shipping it to someone and stuff. How many hours of work you have in your home? Probably quite a lot. Then even just the knowledge that you had to gain, like through multiple years, to just even do the thing, like create the thing. Okay. 1 frame remaining. Is it the last, or do I have anything that I'm missing? I think that's everything. Yes, good. Boom. Usually, if you think about something and think about how long something took, usually, something takes way longer than you would expect. Like like an animation that you see that you watch for like 10 seconds or so. Probably has taken at least 100 times longer than what to see in the end, first of all. But also, even if you think about like how long something would take, I think you're more often than not way underestimating how long something takes than what it actually does take. I feel something that I now just thinking about is at some point we talked about, I think on Friday, about like how like when you're mad at someone, for example, that you don't know, like a stranger, just just learning about their life, the life they're living, can quickly make you much more understanding of somebody's position or situation or whatever, like behavior. I wonder if that also applies to products. Like when you understand, like if you would know what it would take to create the product, if that also makes you accept or understand the value of it, or what it's priced more. I wonder. Probably. But of course you also have like, some shops, for example, just put on like a crazy amount of extra on a price just because they can, just to make more money. So there it's a bit less, if you're not selling your own products that you've made, it's maybe a bit harder to do. Like a shop couldn't really just show how I don't know, like a water boiler has been made and then justify their price. I think that's a bit harder than if the actual company that does it or that makes the thing does it. Okay, but there you go. Now I want to go ahead and go back into the manual and sculpt, refine some of the lines. So here we can see, for example, oh, first, before I want to do that, there are a few more lines that I want to, no, never mind. Yes. So here, for example, this looks kind of jittery. You know, just kind of going in here, smoothing it out a bit, can make this look immediately a lot better. Same with this. Maybe I can shift this where it's supposed to be over there. There you go. Look at that. Bring it more in line with the other lines, which also cleans it up a bit. And generally just smoothing it out a bit. Something that I always debated was how I want to fix this overlapping here between the line and the texture. I think what is the easiest is to fix the line, make it as smooth as possible, and then fix the gap by painting more of the texture color. Like adding the missing gap, right, with the texture color, rather than doing it the other way, just trying to put the line on top of the texture line. I think that's usually easier. Yeah, that looks nice. Especially the shoulders are usually a bit more wobbly. Sometimes the wobbliness also just comes because the lines are a bit more low resolution, but that's something a bit harder to fix. But usually with this part here, it's more just the geometry creating some more wobbliness, I guess. So you can smooth it out pretty easily. There you go. Looking pretty nice. This step doesn't really take that long, but it helps a lot with the overall look. So it's worth doing. Sounds like exactly the problem in the software industry in general. What do you mean? The time it takes situation? Oh, I just realized I could also just smooth out the overlapping geometry. Well, I guess that's a solution for another day. There you go. Nice. Boom. That looks good. Next one. I think this pose isn't as wonky as others, so it doesn't require as much fixing, but there's some things at least that I want to fix here. So it's still worth doing. Okay. Ta-da. Okay. I can tell you, usually when I finish one of these projects, they take so long, right? I'm usually tired of it. I want to do something else afterwards. But usually I reach the point right at the end of the project. So it's not that bad. So I have like this perfect intersection. Like I create a project, you know, at the end of the project, I'm pretty tired of it. Then I switch over to editing the video for the project, which is a different kind of project, right? So that's fun again. And then at some point I reach the end of that. I'm kind of tired of that. And then I'm ready again for another project. So that fits quite well together. Maybe, you know, you're also kind of similar. Or maybe you have like big projects that you want to create. But you realize that you always kind of stop like halfway through. Maybe what you could try is, you know, coming up or like doing another side project. So you work on both projects at the same time, switching between them back and forth, right? Both having a different kind of challenge to them or intrigue. Could maybe be something how you can finish bigger projects more consistently. Or, you know, of course, a different project problem that could arise is just that when you start the second project, you lose interest in the first one. That's of course a problem that could also arise, but you know, I guess it's just something you would have to try. Usually there's always a solution for something, right? Just the question is whether you're okay with that solution or whether the solution changes, for example, how you want to work. Then it might not be as worth doing. But, you know, still worth exploring the ideas to see if, you know, one of the solutions might be exactly what you're looking for. Okay. Okay, looks pretty nice. This pose doesn't require too much adjustment. This might be a bit more, just because it's such a more dynamic pose. Probably requires a bit more adjustment, especially here around the shoulders. Oftentimes the shoulders will lose some volume that I need to add back manually, but I can do that in a second. First I want to adjust the manual lines, which are usually a bit easier to fix. I also just realized that this one needs to get their lines removed. There you go. Perfect. Okay, good. What is this double line here? Oh, that's fine. It is fine. Is it fine? I don't know if it's fine. I want to remove it. I can't. Oh. It is the other one. There you go. That's better. Oh, this line is still here. Get rid of it. We don't need it. Okay, good. Yeah, that's actually much better. Instead of doing 2 steps to remove these overlaps and then to smooth the lines, you could also just smooth the lines and fix the overlap at the same time. So I could have kind of saved this last step fully, but you know, you live, you learn. I will probably forget this again after after this scene, but you know, maybe I'll remember it and then I can do it faster. For the next scene. Okay. That looks nice. Good. Next one. Boom. Yeah, as you can see here, the shoulder, for example, looks a bit wonky, a bit wobbly. Let's give it a bit more volume and also... Actually, I want to probably give it volume afterwards. First, I just want to kind of fix the main shape here by smoothing it a bit. Afterwards, I can do the shape adjustments. There you go. Just a few small adjustments. Hopefully this doesn't look too different. Oh, it moves quite a lot, so it's fine. Maybe that's also why a lot of anime scenes have camera shake to hide some of the inconsistencies. Maybe. Make their life easier. Oh, I forgot about this. The arm right here. Ta-da! So here you can see the wobbliness a lot in this arm. Check this out, there you go. Using this smooth brush, we can make that nice and straight. Much better. Okay. Good. Looks good. Next one. Only 3 more. I wonder if for this scene we can also probably do quite a lot of interpolation for the shadows, at least for the end. So we don't have to create them all manually, which is nice. We can do some adjustments. I mean, we can fix most of these, you know, or create most of these with interpolation, which is going to save quite a bit of time. I don't enjoy the sculpting aspect of it, but it will save us time, and that's all that I can hope for. Most important aspect at this point. I want to get done. I want to be done with this. It makes the whole look much better, but of course it also takes longer. It's you know, an exchange I'm willing to make. But my psyche is suffering. Oh. Ta-da! Okay, and then one more. Boom. Oh, this needs to go. Get rid of it. Okay. And then smooth it. Okay. Good. This should be all there. Okay. Nice. So, the one big thing that is now the problem in terms of the lines is, first of all, I want to remove some of these lines in the face, and then afterwards I want to adjust the shoulders. And that should probably be the main thing. Then afterwards we should be able to add some lines that I removed, and then we can get into the fill layer. What I'm doing here, this kind of fixing, is basically separate into two layers: the lines and then the fill, right? So basically, you know, the outlines, and then the fill would just be kind of the colors in between those lines. And then this means that once we've done the lines, we can get over into the fill, the colors, and then that's gonna be it, which is nice. So, yeah, we're soon gonna be done with the lines. First of all, let's remove the obvious things that I want to remove, and then we can go over to the rest. So you can see here, for example, I think in the beginning, I want him to keep these brow lines, but then later, like right here, he can, you know, they can go, since he's not frowning anymore, looking angry. Boom. Oftentimes the line art is more important than the fill, so spending more time on the line art is also quite beneficial here, and usually takes longer. But I think the most boring aspect we've already gone past. So now it's more about quick and easy changes for a little bit until we reach the fill. Okay. And then also around the eyes, you can see the outline, which I probably want to remove and then adjust, add manually, maybe? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Let me remove those now. They're hard to see just because they are for some reason appearing thinner when they're on a white background than if they're on a darker background, which is kind of annoying, but you know, it doesn't matter. As long as I remove them fully, it's all good. And jump. Oop, boop, doop, 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 doop. Okay. Oh, one more? Nope, good. So now it is time to adjust the shapes, which shouldn't be that many, luckily, since he doesn't raise his arm until now, this point. So this is when I want to adjust it. And then that should be nice. So this just needs to be have a bit more volume. I have a modifier that can do that, but that also kind of makes the other lines a bit worse. So for this I decided to do it to suffer some volume loss here that I can just adjust later rather than all the other lines being a bit more offset. I think that is worth it. There you go. Same here. Okay. Next one. Boom. This one is actually pretty good, but I want to do it just a bit more. That's better. Same on this side. Good. And then here we have a few more. Actually, for this one, it's not necessarily the outside of the shoulder. It's more the inside, which we need the other line for, the manual line. You can see it here, for example. The shoulder is looking a bit... No, this one is actually fine. Maybe we can round it a bit more. Bigger one is rather the one you can see here. See how it's kind of getting a bit flat on the inside. I want to round that out a bit. Probably going in this direction rather than the other one. Like this. Okay. Like this. That should make it nice and round. Ta-da! That's better. Yes. That's looking good. For some reason this line is pointing upwards, even though it should point downwards. So I need to adjust it for every shot, but for every keyframe, but it's fine. There you go, that's better. Okay. Yes, it's actually moving quite a lot still, so we can get away with a bit more jumpiness, which is nice. Makes it a bit easier. We don't have to make sure that everything's flowing perfectly. I'm actually wondering, I should probably move this a bit over, but I kind of don't want to do that. So I won't. Because that would mean a whole lot more adjustments. Yeah, now we can see some of the bigger jumps, which we can probably adjust like this. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we can bring this down a bit, just to make the flow nice and even, like this. Not too much of a movement here. Because this doesn't really move that much, right? In terms of the world space, you could say. Okay. And this the same. I want to keep it pretty similar. Not make it too jumpy. So flipping between the two makes it a bit easier, of course, to see. You could also enable the, what's it called, onion skin, but it's a bit, that makes it a bit harder to see which line's which. So I prefer to just flick between the two, then do that. There you go. And this line is kind of already pretty good. Yep. There you go. I think that's fine. Oh, there's a slight jump there. What is going on there? This bit can be a bit higher. And then we should have it. Oh, this needs to be lower actually. I think that's fine. Welcome Blender Nation, welcome back. Can I see the Deadpool peach? What? Deadpool peach, unfortunately. There's not much to see. There you go. Just one color. Two. Oh my god, look at the peach. Okay. Okay. I want to kind of move it over. Hold on, let me see what it would look like. If I move that over here a bit. I feel like that's better. Like that. That is a bit further to the inside. This gives the shoulder a bit more volume, which I think is kind of necessary. So we'll adjust it, and then at least it's done. Okay, good. There you go. Oh. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's a bit jumpy, but it's fine. Now I just need to fix the last few here, and then that's good. Huh. Okay. How many more do we have here? 3 more. I feel like it makes more sense to do one layer at a time rather than both. There you go. Okay. This song reminds me of some sort of cartoon racing game. Looney Tunes Racing. Now on PlayStation 3. That's good. Okay. Good. So, oh, I see a problem. Maybe it's only one frame. Boom. Another one. Yes. Okay, but yep, that's all of them. Good. So, lines are basically there. So now I want to just add the lines that I removed, the ones that are necessary, and then we can go into the fill. Wow. Good. Yes. First, it's time for doing something. Okay. So I need to open my window. What? How warm is it today again? Dude, it rained for a bit, but it's just, the warmth just doesn't go away. Just leave me already. I don't want to sweat my life away. Let me open the window real quick. Okay. Okay, I feel like this music is a bit too goofy. I wanna listen to something else. Let's see what else do we have here. Let's see, how about some running music? I don't know what that means, but there you go. Wait, what? Okay. Okay. Doesn't sound too bad. Let's wait for the drop the instruments to be fully there. Hold on. And okay, I can live with that. Okay. So last thing that I want to do for the Lineart is to add the ones that are missing, which are actually not that many, and then we can do the adjustments, the fill adjustments, the second part of this cleanup. For that, I need the tablet. You know what's interesting? I don't know if you can see it, probably not. On my tablet, there's like a little, somehow I put so much pressure on it that I scratched the coating off of the of the tablet in like small areas. So whenever I now put the pen on there, I can feel the roughness of it, which is a bit annoying. I don't even know, how long have I been using this now? For like 2 years, this tablet. Maybe I need a new one. Although it still works fine, so I don't know if I really need one. Welcome, Wander. Welcome, Jonathan. Is that how you say it? What will you use for composition? I will use DaVinci Resolve. We already put the raw, like the blockout scenes in there and saw and checked for the pacing. I will also use the same to create the compositing. What? Oh, right. So, what is the 3D software that movies and animation production use? Probably Marvelous Designer. Same with, like, when it comes to like production, high quality productions, mostly people use Maya still, just because it's so ingrained in the production pipeline. Also, you often, like for simulation, for example, you either see Houdini or what's the Embergen probably. And then for cloth simulations, you probably see Marvelous Designer. Oh, nope, no voice, please. And then for rendering, I don't know if they use like a dedicated render engine or if they just use the one that the 3D software comes with. I think usually like Redshift, for example, I don't think is actually a default renderer for Maya or 3ds Max and stuff, but actually like a paid renderer too. I think so. I could be wrong. You could also use Redshift, for example, for your Blender project. I think you just have to buy it. I think something like that. I don't exactly know how it works, but yeah, I think those are like the main ones. Usually, if you have like a task that you need to create that requires like expertise of the software in that field, right? For example, like simulations, you want to use like the best simulation tool you can. So oftentimes that is either, you know, Houdini or Embergen, Liquidgen, stuff like that. Marvelous Designer for the simulations. Oh, where's the 3D cursor? Down there. That's not good. Hold on. Okay. Oh, commercial ads. I think we usually for like commercials, it's a bit different since they're not as they're not they're like faster moving, so that you can be a bit more. Usually because you know usually you have a certain product or like a certain program in your pipeline for a long time, because it's hard to switch off of that, because usually, you know, once you have a pipeline, the people are used to that pipeline and they don't want to really switch, because then you would have to relearn the new pipeline, and then maybe there are problems that could arise. Problems mean, and you know, the relearning means more money spent. You want to spend as little money as possible. So you usually don't want to switch to something new, right? Especially if it doesn't really improve your pipeline, but rather just, you know, allow more people, I guess, to join your pipeline. So it's for ads, it could be a bit different, because usually like ads, they either hire an external agency, or they have like an internal, you know, a department that can create those ads. And usually those are not as big as like film studios, right? So they can be a bit more nimble, and they're also not really tied, or like, yeah, they can be a bit more nimble, and the margins, or like the money spent on each project isn't as big as big, you know, movie animations, for example. So they can be a bit more, I guess, experimenty with their workflows. Yeah, for that it could be a bit different. Yeah, I think slowly but surely, the more people learn Blender, right, the more like, I think what would happen is that you learn, like, you had Maya for a long time being like the only, like, being like the standard 3D software that you think of, right? That is like a big thing that is also important for a software to be like the go-to if you think about a certain field. And I think for a long time that was Maya or 3ds Max or Cinema 4D, depending on the use case. But so that means that if somebody wants to go into the industry, for example, they see, hey, what do I need to learn? And the university looks like, hey, what is being used, right? What do we need to teach? Oh, it's Maya, it's whatever, right? Not Blender, let's say. But then at some point, right, through internet learning and through you know, self-teaching and whatever in courses and stuff. You know, since Blender is free, more and more people can learn for free a 3D software. And then, which means that more and more people that apply to your studio, for example, already know Blender. But since you use Maya in your pipeline, those people then have to kind of, you know, relearn some parts. They know how to do something in 3D, but they don't know how to do it in Maya. So you have to relearn, or they have to get taught how to do it in Maya rather than Blender, right? They have to learn the differences. So maybe at some point it makes sense, since, you know, if, for example, like 80% of people know Blender, and you have to imagine like, oh, you know, those people are really good. They know Blender, they have to relearn how to do it in Maya. Why don't we just switch and let them just use Blender, right? I think slowly but surely there's going to be more and more people that, you know Blender, and rather than having to learn Maya, for example, they're just going to say, what, you know, you don't really need to relearn it, right? We're just going to create a sort of change the pipeline slightly so that Blender and Maya people can work together, right? Rather than completely switching. And then maybe at some point they also realize, you know, we don't really need Maya anymore, since Blender can do everything and it's free, right? So we can just we can completely remove Maya, or, you know, Maya probably still has some aspects that make it better. So, you know, it's can't really predict fully what will happen, but I think you can kind of make some guesses. Welcome, Cavity. Hope you have a good day. Can you explain Retopology? Retopology is basically like cleaning your room after playing with Lego. You know, you've built this amazing house, 3 with turrets on it, and a cool roof, some cool windows, and a sick layout, right? But you have so many other bricks covering your floor that it's hard to see the building, right? So now you basically just want to remove all the unnecessary bricks that you don't actually need, so that you can then basically, you know, show the final really cool looking building that you've built, Lego whatever thing. In 3D is basically the same. You also clean up the rough geometry that you've created to create the shapes and stuff of whatever you're creating, right? The character, for example. You first sculpt the character, but the geometry isn't really optimized, for example, for animation. So what you need to do is basically use Retopology to clean up the geometry, remove all the vertices, all the points of the geometry that you don't really need, to create a better moving or better working geometry or mesh or model, whatever, and also make it, you know, easier to compute, basically. Any other way without using Retopology? I mean, you don't need to retopologize. It's just making your animations easier. It's kind of like cleaning your room. You can also never clean your room, but at some point, you know, there's going to be 50 spiders, 80 bugs, and 16, you know, I don't know, flies in your bed because there's so much food on your bed that you just, you know, slide under to sleep. So at some point, it's going to be, you know, hard to still fall asleep. So you don't need to retopologize, but, you know, if you do it, you're just going to have a better time working with the model. Okay, yeah, so there only are a few lines that are missing, and then we can do the fill, and then that is going to be it for this scene. So I already set up the 3D cursor. Do I want to draw manual? Probably. Why not? Go here, draw, boom, boom. Set up the settings. Ooh, a little bit of D&B drum and bass. Is that drum and bass? Let's see. Liquid funk. Okay. Interesting. Are you insulting my room? You literally described my room. I mean, if you feel insulted, then I guess that's your brain telling you that it's not good. If you can still live in it, right, and you don't have any problems, then you don't need to clean it up. But I guess it's also was more of a joke than a real question. Okay. Oh. Boom. So, first of all, I want to bring back these glove lines. Oh, I forgot about the setting. Boom. Okay. There's a before and after that I've seen a video for the new, what's it called again? I forgot about the name. What's the name? Oops. Guilty Gear game, before and after. What the models look like now and what they looked like in the previous game. I might check that out to see what has changed, what has improved. Maybe I can, find some things that they've improved, or like some new techniques that they found that could help you too. Although I guess this project is almost done. So maybe for the next project it could help. Actually, when I think about it, now when I kind of already, when the project is now almost done, I'm trying to rethink or like think about what I could do better next time. I guess one big thing that I can do better is the refining can be faster with those, interpolation stuff. So I can spend less time on that. Same with the rendering the frame to see which lines are actually a problem. So refining, there are definitely some things that I can improve. I guess just the general workflow. At some point you reach a point where you have a good workflow, right? Then it's just more about optimizing that workflow rather than trying to find better ways to do something. I think maybe I've reached that point with this now, with this workflow, because it works quite well, right? And I don't know. The problem now is, I guess, that I've reached the point where it works well, right? But maybe it's not the best techniques that I'm using. But I think that kind of comes with the more I do these projects. The more I do these, the more I realize maybe new problems. And then I can redo, like, change those things. I think that's also one of the big things that is so important to keep in mind when you're thinking about like video games. Like you probably have a game, if you're playing games, right? That is like basically perfect for you. Or like, you think of a game that you've that you have played or whatever, and you think is like basically perfect. And then if you think like, oh, what could they improve next time? How could they improve it next time? You might not really come up with something, or it's really hard for you to come up with something since, you haven't really made the game. But the people that have made that game over the last multiple years, right? They have been working on that game for so many years that throughout those years, you probably find some things, even if they're small, that you could improve. So you either add them as fixes, right, in later, bug fixes, for example, or if they're like actual features, you can then add them to the next game. So it's like, oh my god, how could they think of that? Probably a lot of things they thought of happened during the previous game. And now in the next game, they can finally implement what they always wanted to add in the previous one. The more I kind of think about like, okay, this is getting a bit loud. The more I think about the sort of how something has been made, or if you're a consumer of something, usually, and then you think about that project, for example, or that thing, thinking like, oh, you don't know what you do. You don't know what you don't know. Sounds a bit weird at first, but it can actually be quite a bit good guide for when you're thinking about a certain thing. For example, like, oh, how could they ever improve on this thing? I love this thing. How could they ever make it better? You know, you don't know what you know what you don't know. Maybe they encountered like 15 problems that made this product actually like worse, right? Because they couldn't fix those issues during the development. So you think it's perfect, but they, you know, now during that development, they also figured out how to fix it next time, so they can make it even better next time. Even though for you, you know, you don't know what you don't know. They have so many things that they've found that they can improve, even just by working on the thing. I think the biggest thing that I can improve for this is just the first part that I've done, like storyboarding and compositing, and not compositing, but yeah, storyboarding. Probably compositing too when we get there. I'm not gonna make it perfect, right? But like especially storyboarding and cinematography, framing a certain like shot, for example. I don't really have much experience with for example, framing a fight scene, making it look cool, right? So that is, I think, one big aspect that I haven't really explored a lot yet. And it's probably like can make a huge difference. I think I can create, you know, at least this style, I guess, is I have a good workflow when it comes to different styles, I guess. Like a different, yeah, different, if I want to achieve, for example, or recreate a different art style, for example, it might be a bit more difficult because this art style is pretty simple. So it's a bit easier to make look 2D, right? But when it comes to like maybe including some more detailed environments, for example, it might be a bit harder. Doing a character for games, so should I do Retopology or other way for Unreal? For games, it probably makes sense to retopologize, since games kind of require your models to be optimized. So for games, I would say you probably want to retopologize. Otherwise, you might ask yourself why your game is lagging, and then you check your, you know, your character's topology, and you have like 5 million vertices, even though you could probably create the same character with like 500,000. If you're asking whether you can avoid learning retopology or not if you want to be a 3D artist, then I can confidently say no. You need to relearn retopology, and you can either avoid it and learn it later, or you can do it now. At some point, you need to learn it. And usually the things you're avoiding the most are usually the things that also, you know, get you or like improve you or like bring you ahead the most, get you ahead the most. So why not learn it now? The great thing about learning something is that you always start, you know, in this moment, in this point, or like at the start, you're always, you know, if you haven't learned anything about that certain topic, you watch a tutorial, for example, and you're pretty happy because you've learned the basics, you kind of understand it now. Now it's about just doing it and, you know, getting good at it. That's when you reach the bad part, when you get frustrated because something doesn't work, something just doesn't get done right. You just can't do something. But the good thing is, all you really need to keep in mind is that as long as you keep working on it, at some point you'll reach the point, and you can't really predict it, but at some point you'll just reach the point where you learn that thing that gets you frustrated, right? That you need to fix that frustration. And at that point, you know, you you're happy again, since it's fun again, since you actually know how to do it, or at least not frustrating anymore. It could still be tedious and not that fun, but at least it's not frustrating anymore. So if you ever feel frustrated, all you really need to keep in mind is to keep going, because at some point that's gonna go away. What's your opinion on that one jumping scene on Deadpool vs. Wolverine? Pretty cartoony. I haven't watched the movie, so I couldn't tell you. Okay. So, a few more things. Can this Deadpool model be used in game? Maybe. You would have to change it a bit, but maybe. I mean, you could put it in a game, right? But like theoretically, you could put anything in a game, but the less optimized it is for a game, the more problems you'll have with it. So you could put any model in a game, but it doesn't mean that it's suited for it. You could use a bike in a car race. That doesn't mean that it's that is good. It's great seeing a real artist working. You'll make a Deadpool anime and animate it for, I understand, right? But where will you post the anime? Yes, this is basically like a concept of what an anime could look like for Deadpool. And I will make a video about it on YouTube, on this channel. So if you check the videos on this channel, you'll see the first part of this, where I credit the characters and credit like the look of it. And then the next part is gonna cover the animation, and then at the end, you'll see the final result. I'm not able to bake my character. I do not. Why my Retopology character comes blank shaders. Yeah, baking is a bit annoying in Blender, but usually it's just because you have like a certain setting different, or like something is weird. Sometimes it's also just buggy. So you just have to, for example, reopen, like import the model into a different blend file and then bake it there, then it works. It's a bit weird sometimes and it's hard to find the problem, but with a little bit of experimenting, you can probably find the issue. Okay, so the last few lines that I want to add. First of all, I want to add some in his face, probably. Maybe just 2 or 3. And then I want to add some on his hand. I think hand is going to be easier. I'm going to do that first. And then we can go into the face. Let me actually go here. Over painting. Ta-da! And then draw. Boom. Does that look good? Looks kind of weird. Maybe this way? No. Maybe like this more? That's also kind of weird. Oops. One too many times, Control Z. I think that's fine. There you go, just kind of, refine the shape of the finger. Oh, that's a bit too far back, actually. Is it? Whatever, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Oh, hello. Okay. And then when it switches again, where is it? There it is. Boom. Such a Deadpool would look amazing. Keep going, man. Thank you. Yes, it's 3D. You can see it. Ooh. Ta-da. Yeah, the biggest thing that gives this the 2D look is of course the shader, making it, you know, like if I actually can't remove the shader right now, but like that, for example, creates this sharp line between bright and dark, right? So that helps, as well as the lines. Of course, they're like a big factor. If I remove the lines, it looks much more 3D, like this, you know. But the lines help a lot. And then, yeah, the background. Where's the background? I've removed the background. There it is. And also, because it's a bit simpler, I think it's a bit easier to make it look 3D. Okay. Is that? Yes. Here I want to add some more lines, maybe like this. What does it look like? It's kind of like this hand. Okay. There you go. And then one more here. That doesn't look too bad. Maybe one more here. 2. That's a bit too much. That's pretty good. Okay. Thumb is always the worst because it's such a weird shape. At least in this frame. I feel like I don't even need one there. Maybe here. Actually, no, I want to keep it like this, I think. I think that's fine. There you go. Do I need more? Nope. I think the other hand pose is different. Yep. There you go. A few more lines here. Maybe here too. Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just to kind of enhance the knuckles a bit more. Okay. Maybe also here, just slightly. I don't want to add too much detail to this, but I think extending it a bit helps. Good. I think this actually does this. Yes, this is, I think, the last pose for the fingers where we can interpolate it quite well. So this one we can spend a bit more time since we only really need to move it then. Ta-da! There you go. And then this one is a bit different. I guess I could do this. There you go. Okay, so since we have these lines now, and since the hand is basically just moving upwards, like this, you can see it here. I basically can just move the lines. Wow. Also, I can also just go to the third frame, select all these, move them up, like this. Okay. And then I can go back to the in-between frame, this one, and interpolate it with the good old interpolation tool. This one in between these two keyframes. Make sure that the layer is active, and then just do this. Ooh, Go to 50% and that should look pretty good. Boom. Perfect. This way I only need to animate every second frame. Also pretty neat. There you go. Same thing again. Oh, oops. There you go. And then I think if one or two more. Oh, nope, it's over. Nope, never mind. There's one more, at least. There's one, maybe one more. Yep, good. Okay. And then, do we need more? I think this should be it. Maybe one more move. Nope, that's it. Good. And there you go. So those extra lines are there. Now, the biggest thing I want to adjust now is probably the face shapes, whatever you want to call them, since they look a bit wonky. And they need a bit more adjustment, but not that bad. Pretty simple. And that might actually be all that we need to adjust here. Also, I want to check whether you can see the offset between the black and the line or not. Just to make sure that I don't do unnecessary work. Yeah, you can see it here a little bit. It's too close. So I will definitely move it in. Also a cool trick that I found. You can see if I go to scope mode here. You can see that if I move this around, you can see they kind of change their position to each other. But you can fix this and kind of merge them together, for example, by going into edit mode, selecting these two and just scaling them to 0. This way they're basically in the exact same position and are kind of basically merged. Can you merge them? Hold on. Merge. 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 Is that merged? No. Okay, weird. Yeah, so you can basically merge them by just scaling them by 0. Which is pretty neat. But of course I want to do this for all three here. There you go. And this way I can avoid the lines kind of drifting away from each other. Just saw a video from Corridor Crew why are caustics hard to render. Yeah, caustics can be pretty complex. There are quite a few ways to fake it. And oftentimes, you know, if you don't know what you don't know, faking it is enough, right? But, you know, if you really want to create realistic caustics, you kind of want to make it the right way, right? There's actually a caustics shader in Blender that you can buy, I think, on Blender Market, which creates, I think, simpler and better caustics. There's like internal caustics, of course, in Blender, but they're not as good. Or I think that shader is optimized more to create nice caustics. Yeah, but caustic is kind of like this weird, I don't even know exactly what it is. I think it's kind of like a, it happens when you, it's kind of similar to like a magnifying glass when you have, you know, the sun shining through it, and the magnifying glass kind of, because of how it is built, right, it focuses all the rays into one single spot, which of course becomes very, very bright compared to the rest of the lit area, right? So by caustics is kind of the same, where because of how the waves, for example, look, you get these focus points of light on the bottom of the pool, for example. I think that's how caustics work. They're like these, because of the shape of the surface, of the glass surface, for example, or like transparent surface, It focuses the light in some areas, and in some others it makes them a bit more spread out. And usually the more light you have that isn't sort of like broad, but more focused, the easier it is also, the harder it is also to calculate. That's my assumption, right? It's not 100% correct. I just said what I think it is. I have not watched the video, so I might be wrong on some of those things. How to make this Deadpool 2D lines into 3D, and it should be attached to use in the game. You could you can create outlines for games, but you don't want to. You wouldn't use the same method that I'm using here, since you can't really put them into a game like this. What you basically want to do is use an inverted hole. So basically, you want to duplicate the model and then invert the direction of the surface so that the direction is basically pointing inwards rather than outwards. And then you want to scale the inverted model just slightly outwards. And this way you can create a pretty good outline. Or you can also do it with textures. There are various ways you can do it. But the way that I'm using here, for example, isn't really the one that you could use in Unreal Engine, for example. Except maybe if you program a new shading technique, I guess. What's the difference between good Blender users and great Blender users? I guess it depends on what you're talking about. Good Blender users delete the default cube whenever they start a new project. Great Blender users have a custom startup file that doesn't have the Blender cube in it anymore. Yeah, it depends on what you want to go for, right? If you want to talk about like Blender users that want to learn stuff, it would probably be different than Blender users that want to, like, what do you optimize for, basically? You know, what's the difference between great and good in your case? I'm so tired. Yeah, I'm not that awake today as well. I don't know why. I guess today was just not the best sleep day. Unfortunately. But it's not that bad. I can survive. So here's one thing that I know that exists, which could make this 15 million trillion times faster what I'm doing right now. And that is geometry nodes, okay? The cursed word, geometry nodes. You can use geometry nodes to affect grease pencil too, as far as I know. Wait. If I go in here, I thought you can. Maybe not, hold on. Blender geometry nodes for grease pencil. You can, but maybe not like how I think you would. So what you could do, for example, what I'm doing right now is of course just looking at the line endings that are close enough together to be merged together. you could automate that, for example, with a grease pencil, with a geometry nose modifier. Or other stuff, right? With smoothing some of the lines, for example. Stuff like that. You could maybe also automate. So there are some things you could probably automate. I would have to think about it more to find, you know, all the ways to do it. I think with this workflow, for this kind of style, I think I kind of reached the optimization stage, right? First you have the idea stage where you need to find a way to do it. You need to create a concept for how it could work, like a prototype. Then you need to find a way to do the prototype for, you need to test whether you can do the prototype for multiple projects with different conditions. And then once you have that, you know, and all of that is the case, then you can think about optimizing it and just speeding up the workflow. I think I've kind of reached that point with this project or with this workflow. So now it's about finding all the ways to optimize the way to work on this. And to create this kind of project. There's someone that I know that does that has like for their project or for their workflows has like a day that they basically just spend thinking about how they can improve their workflows. Like, oh, is there something I can do better? Is there something I can do faster? Is there something I can use to make my workflow faster? Is there something to do that, you know, keeps me from getting things done faster? Is there something that I can change? Something that I can add? Something that I can remove to make something faster? Do I need to rethink how I do something? All of those things, of course, can help speed up your workflow. And if, you know, especially if time, you know, if time is the main thing holding you back, then, you know, it's very worth doing that kind of stuff. What's the subject in school you never use in real life? Almost everything. Probably what's it called again? Jesus, I always forget the name. See, I don't even remember the name, at least in English. It's what's it called again? Jesus, how am I that bad? Chemistry. I had it until 10th grade, and then I voted it off. So, and I was always bad at it. It was basically like math with extra steps that I just did not enjoy. So that's definitely one that and maybe physics too, but physics is still at least a bit more applied than, you know, chemistry. So that would probably be my pick. Welcome, Kiora. Hope you have a good day. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Maybe you did something cool over the weekend. Maybe, you know, the cool thing is just chilling because you had a busy week, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you don't even need to go outside to have a weekend that was worth it. Sometimes all you really need is a bit more sleep, a bit more rest. I feel like usually as long as you do everything deliberately in a day, right? If you do everything deliberately in a day rather than like, oh, you know, oh, well, let me check what somebody sent me on WhatsApp, and then all of a sudden you're spending the next 3 hours on TikTok, for example. As long as you do, you know, everything in a day deliberately, I feel like you never really have like regretting, like days you regret. And maybe that's not true, since you can still beat yourself up for a decision. But I think there's going to be less of that. It's so useless that you forget the name. Yeah. Chemistry was the worst subject in school for me. It was the one that I was the worst at. I got the worst grade in a test ever in chemistry. And at that point, when that happened, I gave up on it. Music was always something that wasn't that cool, but at least there was the hope of us like playing a song or doing something like active, right? But chemistry was all just dry, bone dry theory. And I like to do instead of to theorize about something. Okay, almost all merged. Then I just basically wanna bring them together. I mean, smooth them out. Actually, I don't even know if you could do this with geometry nodes. It's kind of a... I wish you could... Wait. Can you merge by distance? Oh, you can. Hold on. Hold on. What if I just increase this? Oh, the problem is it merges by distance not only the endpoints, but also the... Oh, hold on. Unselect... Ah, goddammit. Let's try again. Merge by distance. What does this do? Use whole stroke, not only selected points. Oh. Yes. So what you could do, theoretically, I could select all points, right? Then I could press Ctrl- to deselect the last in the row. So all the endpoints, basically. And then I could say, merge by distance. Merge by distance. And then only... Oh, Ctrl-I. Then merge by distance. What happens now? Nothing. Cool. What if I select this? I guess then it also select... Yeah, that's the problem. Why do these not merge? One. How are they not merging? 10. That's weird. Okay. Okay, weird. I don't know why that doesn't work. Maybe you can only merge points that are part of the same line, maybe? That could be a problem. That could be the issue. Merge strokes. Oh. Well, that doesn't work. Point. What is happening? What? Hello? What is that even supposed to be? Okay, well that I guess that doesn't work. Guess I do it manually. What is compositing? It's pretty new to me. Compositing is basically once you have the final scene, compositing allows you to refine the final scene so that it, for example, has a different look. It has a different like color scheme. So for something that is, for example, scary, could be more grayish, less saturated colors. Whereas if you want to make the scene more, vibrant and, happy, I guess, you could make the colors more vibrant, more colorful, maybe use more colors and stuff like that. That's what you would do basically after you created the scene. You could nail down the look a bit more and make sure that, that it looks as good as possible. Like adding glow, adding lens flare, all that stuff you can do in compositing. Welcome, Sponge Debob. Are they different components? I think it doesn't work because they're different strokes and the merge, what's it called? Merge by distance. Oh, what about this one? Oh, it's the same. It only does it for strokes, not for, like, for individual strokes, but not for all strokes together. So if I set this to 1, for example, nothing happens. If I then select unselected, so everything is taken into account, you can see it basically removes everything, every point that isn't the end point. So I guess that doesn't really work, unfortunately. Which is annoying, because this would be really, really useful. Maybe there's a different way. Maybe, oh, hold on. Grease pencil. Clean up. Delete loose points. Oh, I guess that doesn't really do anything. Delete duplicate frames. Recalculate. Oh, that's actually pretty useful. Delete duplicate frames. Reproject strokes. Okay. Update all internal geometry data. Clean all frames in all layers. What is boundary strokes? What does that even do? What does boundary strokes even mean? I'm scared to do it. Let me save. Okay, let me try what this does. Clean up. Boundary strokes. Whatever that means. Okay. Delete loose points. Oh. Oh, see? There's a point, like a rogue point over there that I forgot to delete. And with that, you can still delete them all. They're like super tiny, so you don't really see them usually. But I guess if you really want to optimize this, you could do it that way. Recalculate geometry. Okay. Didn't do anything, I think. I'm scared to do it and then not see a change. Reproject strokes. Okay. Surface. Okay, nothing changed. Cool. Actually, something changed. Wait. Grease pencil. Reproject strokes. Is there camera? No. View. Boom. Oh, look at this. That's actually pretty cool. So it basically takes all the lines and pulls them forward. Wait, that is really cool. So what I could do... Let me show you what I have in mind. It wouldn't be as useful for the lines that are on his body, but for the ones that aren't on his body, let me show you what this could do. So the problem, of course, with this, with camera movements, right, is if you move the camera and something is like this layer is right here, but the actual layer is back here, the problem that could arise is that you can move the camera and the part that is in the front moves faster than the part that is in the back, right? So if I move the camera here, you can see the layer is offset from the original position that it's supposed to be in. But theoretically, if you go into overpainting and we select all of this and say grease pencil, clean up, reproject, view, no, surface. So basically from the view of what, from this angle from the camera angle, project and place the points on the surface underneath, all the grease pencil points. So if you were to do this, now they're actually on his fingers, which means that if we now move the camera, move the camera now, ooh, they're still there. I mean, they're now on his fingers, which is pretty neat. Something that is, of course, different still is that these lines are in the front, but that's fine. So that could fix some of the issues that I ran into while refining. Let me note that down. Wait, where am I? Oh. Fix parallax of overpaint by reprojecting lines onto surface. Where is it? Grease pencil, cleanup. Oh, something else that I learned recently. Shout out Southern Shoddy. He made a short about this. What you can do is you can also right click on anything, I think here in the menus, and then say online manual or just hit F1. and then it pulls up the page, the manual Blender manual page for that thing that you selected. See, and now we're immediately on Grease Pencil Cleanup Read project. So if you ever want to learn more about a certain thing, you can just do it, you know, do that. So for example, if I were to go into Grease Pencil, where was it? Oh, cleanup and then boundary strokes. What does that even mean? Online manual. Ta-da! What does it do? Removes boundary strokes used to fill, used by the fill tool. What does that even mean? Oops. Boundary. Precision, what is this? Oh, boundary are the... Wait. So I think what it means, if you use the fill... if you use the fill option for strokes, right? The way this works is that you basically just create a line and then it basically fills the shape that you drew with that line. So if you draw a circle, right, it would create a circle. If you draw a line that goes down and then has a slight ending at the end, like an L, for example, like this, it would just create like a triangle, basically. I think that's what that means. But what does that then mean? Hold on. What was that again? Boundary strokes. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll look into it more at some point, but yeah, that's a good thing to know. Like, oh, what does separate selected points mean? Oh, online manual. Pretty useful. Are there different components? Can you combine them, make it a single one? They're all part of the same layer, so I don't think I can. Since they're all basically here, right? They're all strokes, but they're not really all... They're like individual strokes, and I think it only affects individual strokes, unfortunately. Can you do it here? Stroke? No. Point. Smooth. Okay. Merge. Create a new stroke with the selected stroke points. What? Oh. Yeah. That doesn't work. Wait. Settings. Point. Stroke. Yeah, that doesn't work. Wait. Point. Merge. No, I thought you could select like closest. But that doesn't work. Okay, whatever. I'll just do it manually. Oops. Or hold on. Grease, pencil, merge, close, stroke, ends. Can't join ends of grease pencil stroke. Pressing F to close gaps does work, but it's a bit odd as it adds an extra point. Yeah, that's not really what I'm trying to do. You could do Control J to join them, but that of course only works if you have 2 points selected. That wouldn't work. Maybe I'll look into that at some point. Yeah. My science teacher was a psychopath. She yelled at us for breaking the smallest rule. There was one time I'll never forget. She got the answer wrong when reviewing what we were doing. The class corrected her and she lectured us at the top of her lungs. And then she said, "Alright, fine, I'll try it." The answer was correct. Yeah, we had one of those teachers in grade school, like grade 2 or so, just screaming like crazy. I think she also got like a notice or like notified by the principal to not do that, right? She got a warning, I think. I don't know, I was too young to remember. or to care. But yeah, we had one of those teachers too at some point. She had like a hairstyle, like a, I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of like Hey Arnold. Yeah, kind of like Hey Arnold's hair. Kind of like this. Like as if she had like a pillow behind her back, behind her head. That's what it looked like, if I remember correctly. It was like, how many years ago? Like 15 at least. So I might be remembering wrong. 9 p.m. at my time zone, okay. Always wondered if there's a Nikki anime. Isn't that just a game? Maybe. How did you get into animation? The first time I think I kind of well, the first thing I did was I had a flip phone that could a flip phone that could basically record, right? And I played a lot with Lego, so I thought, you know, I might as well record my Lego dudes. And then I realized that my phone, if I spam, or like if I press the record button, it also serves as the pause button, meaning that I can press the record button twice super fast to only basically capture one frame. But of course I can do that over and over and over again to create still a, you know, a film, a video, but I can have pauses between each frame, which allowed me to basically, you know, animate, for example, my Lego characters. That's kind of where I learned like what animation is and how it works. And from there, I at some point learned about like Flash animation and watched a lot of videos about that. I haven't really done it myself that much. I just was curious how it works. And then at some point, I did like animation, for example, in the job that I had, the latest one that I had, the only one really, where I was kind of like the main animator and video person in that ad agency that I worked in. So I did a lot of animation there. And then character animation, I kind of only really started when I did the, when I learned Blender. I thought, you know what, I create characters, why not animate them too? Okay, everything is merged, now everything can be smooth. So basically, just doing this. Wait, can you increase the strength more than 1? Like 2? Oh, you can. Interesting. I'll stick to 1 though. There you go. Welcome, Plame. Hope you have a good day. So basically kind of just making it more drawn looking, basically simplifying the shape a bit. You wouldn't really draw these kind of wobbly lines. So, you know, something smoother like this would probably look better. And more hand-drawn. That is, you know, basically what we're going for, right? Nothing else matters. That's the fun part about like non-physically based rendering in PR. As long as the final result looks good, it doesn't really matter what the model looks like. Because you don't really see the model, right? You only really see the final result. So you might as well, you know, optimize it to look as good as possible in the end. And you have a bit more freedom with that too, which is fun. Compared to, for example, you know, realistic shading, for example, the model matters a lot. So you can't be as free or like as wild with your adjustments. because you will actually see that in, for example, the shadows of the model. See, here we have a before, no, after, and a before. After, before, after, before. The biggest issue right now is just the jumpiness that can come with this. But I think if I just keep smoothing and not adjust with the drag brush, it should be fine. Yeah, so this is fine already. Jumping back and forth can show you kind of the inconsistencies and how you can fix them. Okay. Good. How did you start learning? Did you take a course or was it more self-taught? Yeah, usually what I do is always, I work better, I can learn better by doing my own projects and then just, you know, fixing problems rather than following like a course, for example. That is more enjoyable to me. So I mainly learn through that. Yeah, so once I know the basics, I basically start creating projects, and the problems that come up in those projects, right, are the things that I kind of need to, you know, learn. If you never run into problems, right, you basically create the perfect projects. But you'll always, of course, especially in the beginning, run into problems. So, you know, creating projects that will lead you to more and more problems makes it so you learn faster, and, you know, that's how I like to learn. Of course, if you learn through a course, for example, you could maybe get ahead a bit faster. But the good thing about learning through your mistakes is that you understand the fix and the problem a bit more, since you need to figure out what the problem is, why it happens, and how you can fix it. So there are benefits for both. You just need to decide which one you prefer. Is this your biggest project? Nope. The biggest project I made so far is probably the Berserk project. At least in terms of time, probably. Okay. I'm curious about something. I'm gonna try it for the next frame. Okay. Okay, here's my experiment, okay? Wait. Okay. So let me grab, okay, let's see how this works. Grab all these strokes. Actually, these two are enough. This one too. And then select everything. Stroke. What was it again? Stroke. Simplify? No. I want to smooth it. Where was the smooth option? Point. Smooth. Boom. Okay. Repeat 10 times. Okay. And then factor 1. Yes. Select the points, position, thickness, strength, UV, whatever. Repeat 20 times. Repeat 100 times. Boom. Actually, no more. 500 times. The smoothest lines imaginable. Look at this. Well, this wouldn't really work that well, though. Okay, it was worth a try. It's not as good as I thought it would be. I guess I could maybe do something less than 500 to make it a bit more even. But I would have had to do that in the beginning. Let me write that down as another optimization. Oh, right. Hold on. Please pencil, clean up, reproject strokes. Okay. Welcome, Super Jake. Hope you have a good day. Today got busy and will be busy this week. Hope this project's going well and finished soon. No problem. Yes, going pretty well. Learning more and more ways to optimize the workflow, which is nice. Always nice when you learn a new way to save more time. Because time is the most valuable currency. Aha, big movement, nice. Which means we can get away with more offset, which is nice. More wobbliness. Okay. Only a few more. Actually, no, we need to go probably through all of the frames. Maybe, maybe not. Actually, not all of them, but most of them, unfortunately. But the head usually looks a bit weird, so it's good to do this. Since otherwise it looks a bit weird anyway, so we need to do it. You know, it just you know, takes a bit of time away again. But it's fine. This Deadpool expression is my expression when I look into my ban account. I actually have a VAC ban on my Steam account. And it's from, I think, 7 years ago or so. VAC ban is basically like a ban on your account, like a mark on your account, which means that I don't think you can play competitive anymore in Counter-Strike, for example. Like it restricts a few things on your account, and the reason why I have it is because at some point, like you know, I joined like a few, you know, I got to know some new friends that I then, you know, that I knew for a while, right? And they invited me to play Modern Warfare 2. So I bought the game, and one of their friends had a cheat that allowed me to get all the skip the progression system, right? To get basically all the weapons and stuff, so we're all on the same level. Unfortunately, that wasn't really safe in terms of VAC ban, so that's how I got my VAC ban. I am actually curious how old it is. I think it must be like 10 years old at least. 2014 maybe, checks out. Probably 14, I mean 10 years old at this point. It has never really made any, like, brought any issues. But, you know, you're either an account with a VAC ban or you're not. You don't have one. Unfortunately, I have one. Just because I wanted to play with my friends. I also wonder if at some point the penalty just vanishes. Like maybe at some point you can play competitive again, maybe you have like 5 years or so. Or whether you know, it doesn't. I don't know. I would guess maybe. Like time can save a lot of wounds. So maybe it does, maybe not. I could see reasons for both. Have a good one, connect. Oh, bank account. Okay. Only a few more frames. I don't even know if the other frames need to be cleaned up since the expression is a bit more normal. We will see. It's funny changing the expression from this to this. Suspicious. I think this one's fine. Maybe I want to make the brow a bit more accentuated on the right side. A bit rounder. Like this. Okay. There you go. That's nice. And that should be everything for the cleanup, and then we can do, well, the line cleanup. Don't think we're done yet. It's crazy. I still find so many things to improve the speed, but it's still taking so long for each frame. Of course, this scene is also quite long. So of course, you know, if we have a scene that takes 5 seconds, or we have a scene that takes 15 seconds. Of course, it's easy to see which one will take longer to clean up, but I think the other ones are a bit shorter. Maybe I can also be even more lenient with the cleanup to save some time. Maybe I'm still trying to get to 90% instead of 85 or 80. Okay, and that should be it. Nice. Maybe this one. Oh, this is already fine. Okay. Good. So, and now, as you can see... Oh, there might be one more thing I need to do. No, I think I already did that. Let's check. Looks like it's good. Yep. Okay. So now the big thing is, of course, the fill. Wow. Well, that means basically just the... you can see here, for example, how the lines go over the, the two colors. Of course, that shouldn't be the case. So I need to adjust that, make it, fit into the lines, and then fix some other stuff. Like here, there's some volume missing and stuff that we added, which is basically now the fill cleanup. Good. This side is botched anyway. Well, that's fine. Okay. Yes. So let's do... Oh, there's one more thing I want to do, but that should... Actually, I don't need to do it. Never mind. Why did the 3D artist break up with Blender? Because it kept rendering their relationship complicated. Okay, well... That was the bad joke for today. Okay. Yeah, let's do the fixes first, and then we can do the shading. The shading is pretty simple in this scene, so that shouldn't be that bad. I feel like I say that for everything. It's because it's always easy to think about what you need to do, but then actually doing it is the long part. But whatever. We'll get through it. Okay, yeah. Let's fix the obvious offset issues, and then we can do the shading. So, I'm actually curious about something. No, that shouldn't work. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. What do I need? I need... Good question. Dude, I have another idea to improve the speed for this. Let me write it down. It's a bit hard to show right now, so I can't really show it to you, but okay. So, there's another line that I want to add. Do I want to add it right now? No. I will not. Okay. Yes, let's do the fixing. Okay, so we switch to the fill layer, right? Woo, fill layer. And then we can draw with the good old, colors. So because we have the 3D cursor here, and we draw on the 3D cursor from the viewpoint, right? From the camera's position. If we draw this now, oops, we draw anything like this, it will be on a layer in front of everything. And that is what we need. But the Lineart will still be visible through it because the Lineart is set to be in front of anything else. And that's how this works. So now I basically just want to go ahead and fix the overlapping first. This one has no overlapping issues. This one also does not have one, I think. Not as visible. Actually, there's a little bit. I guess we could fix that. I wish there... Is there like a... No, never mind. That doesn't exist. Oh, I want to try something. There's another way to speed this up. Let me show you what I have here. How does that work again? I forgot. Let me pull up the thing. Wait, where are they? Images? No. Plugins. Which one is it? Grease Pencil Color Picker. This one. Boom. Okay, copy. Paste. So this is a really, really cool tool that Grease Pencil should have on its own, but it doesn't. Let me show you how it works. This is really, really cool. Okay. Okay, let me show you. So now if you press A, oops, why does my headset just turn off randomly? If you press A, it will pull up something cool. Once my headset is on again, I can show it to you. Okay, so A, no active palette as you can see right there. So how was it? Shift A? No. Control A? No. Wait, how does that work again? Tab A? No, that doesn't work. Aha. Alt Shift A. Alt Shift A. Aha, look at this. Plus, right? So we can add a new palette, okay? So if we do this now, new palette, Deadpool, okay? Deadpool. Palette name is empty, there you go. And now we have this right here. What this is we can now go in here, we can add a new material. What we want to have, of course, here is like the red highlight. Yep. We want to have the red shadow. Maybe we also want to have the black highlight, I guess so. We don't really need whatever. Yes, black highlight, please. There it is. It's invisible right now. Black shadow. There you go. Maybe on this side we could have the rim light, right? And that should be everything we really need here. Maybe we could add the line art here too. Okay. So now we can also go into the middle, open an image. Let's see what we have here. Wait, where am I? Oh, give me a sec here. This. Okay. Never mind, didn't work. Let's try that again. Okay, there you go. Now we have this. Here, we have a palette now. So which means that we can go in here. Oh, if you always need to switch, for example, between colors, we can now basically just press A, select the color, and then use the color. Press A, select the color, use the color. We don't always have to go into this line selection down up here and select the thing. All we need to do is press A, select the thing, and then use it. Press A. Woo. And this is, I think, much more intuitive, much faster, and also much more fun to use than always having to go into this list, selecting the material. The worst thing about this list, okay? The worst thing about this list. I guess you could also switch to this and then select them here, but this list especially, you select the beige highlight, okay? You go back, then you want to use the beige shadow, right? Go here. It is, you need to scroll down and then select. If you want to use the yellow shadow, you draw something with the yellow shadow. Then you need to switch to the yellow highlight, switch to it. Then you need to shadow again. Well, you need to scroll again to select it. Why is it not just like the selected shader is like in the middle rather than at the bottom? It's so annoying. This should make it a lot easier. So what we need is this. You can also have multiple palettes. Oops. If you need, right? Where's my gray? This one. That's not the right one. Hold on. Am I missing a few colors here? Maybe. I think so. Wait, am I? Is that not the right one? No, it's not. I need more. Where's the, which one was it again? Gray. This one, DP gray highlight. And DP gray. Where is it again? Now it's gone. DP gray shadow. This one is what I need. You can also then move them around, right? And group them however you want. Really, really, really cool. Okay. And another thing you can do is, which is also really cool, if you work with multiple people on something, you can press A, and then you have, press Alt Shift A to edit this. And then you also get these dots here on each point, right? Which means that you can use these to, for example, show what color this is supposed to be. Like, oh, the shadow right here. This one is the highlight. This one is the highlight of the gray, shadow of the gray. And this can help you if you're, for example, working in a, how do I remove this? That's the question. In a, I don't know, like a team. I guess I'll just put it there. There's a way to remove it. I forgot what it is. There you go. Really, really useful. If you want to get the thing, just look up grease pencil color picker. Or like, yeah, hold on. Grease pencil color picker. And then you can, yeah, here it is. So if you just look up grease pencil color picker, there you go. You can then find this, lacuisine.tech. And there it shows you, what you can do with it and how you can use it. And also where to get it. There you go. I think they also have a few more of these tools. So if you like this one, maybe you liked some of the others too. I don't remember which of the other ones are, but they weren't as useful for me, so I didn't get them. But this one is really, really useful. Especially because you don't really have a grease, like a color picker, right, in Grease Pencil, since you have dedicated or like set shaders, or like colors. But a color palette makes sense. Wait a second. Can I... Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. I have a brain blast. Okay, here's something crazy. So, I basically want to fix these offsets, right? What if I... Okay. select all the points. Wait, which one is it? This one? Yes, select all the points. Lines, I mean. Oh, this one here, it actually wouldn't work. I guess it kind of would. Let's try it in a different one. Here, for example, right? So we have this. Select all the lines, okay? All of them. Then I want to duplicate them. No. Wait. I want to go in here. Actually, basically what I wanted to do is basically turn this into a shape, or like into one line, and then turn this, change the shader of this to a fill layer of this gray. This could work, but it is kind of a niche thing that you, I think, can do. It wouldn't work everywhere. Maybe you could do it, but I mean, maybe I'll try it at some point, but I don't think I need it right now. Okay. Oh, what? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can see here some of the offset issues, but they're not that hard to fix. Well, that's the case for all of this. It's all not very hard, it just takes time. And that is the worst. Oops. Oh, that's fine. I'm selected the wrong color. Okay. Oops. Wrong one. Huh. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of the thing that is important, of course, here. Since, you know, in anime, you would never have a line not being, you know, basically what you do in anime is you create the line out first, and then you create the fill in between, right? You fill the, you know, the space in between the lines. But of course, in this case, we do the reverse. First, we create the fill, the colors, and then we create line out around it. And unfortunately, this can create these offset issues. Oh. Which should be gray shadow. There you go. Jesus, wrong material again. That's fine, I can use it down here. Okay. Crazy how fast 4 hours can go by. But at least progress is being made. It's not like nothing happens. But I feel like there's still a lot I can do to speed this up. There are just like some tips and tricks that I just don't know. Thing is, yeah, you kind of have to, it's not like somebody else can help you with that. You just have to go through it and maybe, you know, check everything that you do and see if there's a better way to do it. There isn't really a way to externalize this, I guess. Can't really just ask ChatGPT if your workflow, right? If there's a way to optimize this. You basically have to paste the whole grease pencil manual into Blender, into ChatGPT, and then ask it like, hey, this is how I use it. Can I do it better? Okay, but yeah, the scene is coming together. We have, so this is scene 26 out of 32. The next one is this one, fairly simple. There I'm probably going to try a few of the things that I wanted to try, what I came up with right now. Or like this, you know, over the stream. Pretty simple scene. How many frames? 39 compared to 114 for this scene, for example. This one should be a bit faster. This one is very, very simple. Basically just one frame and then, you know, the camera just moves. So this is very, very simple. And then, yeah, so I think I can do all 3 today, probably. And then, yes, tomorrow we have these last 4, I guess. This one I think is fairly simple. This one also fairly simple. This is 10 frames, so it's super simple. This one is the most complex one. So this one we might work tomorrow on. We'll see, the longest at least. Yeah. I think Wednesday we'll see the final scene being done. Yeah. So yeah, but unfortunately, we've reached the end. Welcome SN, welcome Christian. Unfortunately, we've reached the end. We've refined more and more and more. We're at the last few scenes. The home stretch. I'm gonna work on this, of course, off stream more, so that this will be done 100% this week. I think we can do a compositing at the end of this week. And then that's basically the whole project. There's a bit more that I'm gonna do afterwards. Like, what is it? You know, I need to do a few more things for the video and then also, of course, edit the video. But I think what I'm gonna do, I thought about it a bit, just in time to say goodbye, yeah. I think I'm actually gonna stop streaming again after this project is fully done. I like that I have like this one project now, at least, especially this anime project, that I fully stream. So if somebody's curious, I can, you know, just show them this and they can watch the whole process basically. Yeah, streaming is doesn't really fit that well into how I like to work, unfortunately. It's cool, it has like its benefits, but it also has some deficits that I like to, that I unfortunately like less than I like the benefits. which is unfortunate, but yeah, just to make, just to be clear and not all of a sudden disappear after this week, right? But yeah, so if you wanna, see the last few streams, I guess you can join. But then, of course, soon the video is also going to be on for this, where you can then see the final result of this with music, sound effects, and stuff. We still have you on Discord for direct chatting. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to work on this. We're going to finish this week, and then we have the full project finished. I think the first full project, new kind of project that I now create, right? That is fully streamed, which is cool. So yeah, if you want to see anything else that I do, you can check the link in the description. If you want to get notified, once again, you can join the Discord or subscribe. Also, I'll be back tomorrow at 12 a.m. my time, which should be, let's check. Once again, time zones, here you go. Whatever that time is for you. Oops. You can see it right here. 12. Here it is. Yeah, there you go. Your time is here. You can see it when I start. Yeah. So getting closer and closer. Only a few more days, maybe 2, maybe 1. We'll see how fast we can get through this. And then, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So, yeah, hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.